What's up, Paul? Morning. What's for lunch? Some teriyaki chicken. Yeah, also got some rice.
Slayer.
You can make this jump somehow, can't you? Is that only on MCC that you can just... I thought you could just make that jump. You have to jump up here first. Maybe. This is such like a weird section of this level. Like this whole little room is just kind of useless. Like the flag and all the actions over there, but back in the day you could get the sword and you could people would be coming up this ramp and you'd get a lot of kills on them. It's funny how like they clearly had a vision for some of these levels, and then multiplayer meta just ruined their vision. So like if you consider this like the defense base, and this is the attacker's base, basically all of the enemies they run out of their base, they run along the bridge, and they run up this ramp, and that timing works out so that some guy up here is lurking with the sword up here. But like in practice, it just doesn't really work like that because everyone just like gets the sniper, rushes straight out into the open, and starts shooting at people. I don't know. Some of these maps clearly have a flow that were designed and then just like were never actually used because they're just like too slow. Similarly, like this room over here, like nobody actually takes this route. It's just too slow. Just too far out of the way from everything. I mean, some people do. I say nobody, but like off of spawn, if you end up in this little room, what are you doing in this room? What does this room exist for? What does that say? Can't make out those letters. Minotaur? Does that say my Mount I don't know. I wish I wonder if high definition versions of these posters exist. Is that area from the alpha or from the E3 demo? Is that like? I mean, that's clearly like a Master Chief on a turret, like overlooking like a Metropolis type setting. I like the vibe of like random posters and shit. Fun stuff. Doesn't it look like it kind of says Minotaur? I don't think that's what it says, but it does kind of look like that. I bet you can find the higher res versions of these pictures on MCC or on the internet somewhere. Also, I always found it funny that the font they used for the soda machine can be inverted so that it says EPOS. What the hell is an EPOS? I want a soda. Do I not have my YouTube chat open? Where'd I put that? Oh, hello YouTube chat. What's up Kamikaze? What's up Sneezy? Sparks? Get that open. I'll do runs in a minute. I'm still eating some food and getting warmed up. You know what I really liked in Halo Infinite was that little arcade machine that looked like a little like Halo arcade machine that played Halo music. I thought that was a really cool touch, similar to these posters like ambience and stuff. But man, they really should have made that a playable minigame. I'm so disappointed that they added a little Halo arcade machine to Halo, and you can walk up to it and it plays cool sounds, but you can't actually play like a 2D Halo platformer. If I was making Halo, we would not add that little arcade machine without having it be interactable. It needs to be playable in some capacity, even if it's just a shitty 2D platformer with like 3 levels and like collect like Halo rings or something. I don't care. They dropped the ball. Is my chat working here? Is chat working over here? YouTube chat needs to be reconnected, it looks like. Wait, is YouTube chat showing up? Okay, no, it's good. We're good. Was super bouncing popular online? Yeah, but not to the skill level that I'm doing it. People knew about it back in the day, and everyone, like, has a story of doing it in a multiplayer game. But most people weren't, like, skilled enough to do them, like, back-to-back like I can. Most people didn't quite understand the mechanics, so they would do a whole setup before they did one super bounce. So it took, like, 10 to 15 seconds to try one. So really, you only got a couple attempts before the enemy shot at you. And most of the time, the enemies knew about them. So, like, if you were trying to do it on Ascension, and people saw you down at the sniper going for it, they would shoot you while you do it. But people absolutely still got away with them. They're just also not as useful as you might think, because although it is cool to get up really high on the map, once you're up there, like, how are you helping your team? They're more of like a hiding spot than a tactical advantage. Like, what am I gonna do from up here? Am I really gonna kill enemies with my, like, battle rifle better than I could have from on the ground? Like, sure, you could get a sniper, but there's not that much sniper ammo, and there's not... I don't know. It's harder to hit shots from here. You would be more effective just standing right down there than standing way up here. But yeah, people absolutely did super bounce online. What's up, defend? Yeah, sometimes, I mean, especially if you get to a crazy jetpack spot, yeah. Some of those skilled guys will make you not have fun if they get up high with a sniper. Can I explain the mechanics of it? I mean, we don't understand it perfectly, but it's basically... So, to start, you need to get what we call a crouch. So, notice that this is like a slanted slope here. If I jump and I crouch and I try to walk under this, so now that I'm holding crouch and I've walked forward, I'm now being pinned down. Like, I've let go of the crouch button, I'm no longer pushing it, but it's still keeping me crouched. And so that the game is trying to stand me up, but it can't, and that's what causes the mess up with the hitbox. So you have to do this. Some people used to call it a charge, some people used to call it getting a crouch, but when you do this, basically your body ends up slightly out of bounds because the game is trying to stand me up, but it can't, so it's putting me slightly inside the wall. And when that happens, as long as I don't stop moving, so you'll notice I'm like constantly moving, just even in a small circle. If I'm standing still, I'm kind of just doing a circle, because once you stop moving, your hitbox will reset and it'll fix that glitch. So as long as I stay constantly moving, I can now, with my messed up hitbox, I can start to jump and land on specific spots. So the entire world is made up of little polygons. You'll notice like there's sometimes obvious lines on the ground, like where I'm landing as I'm trying to land at the intersection of like two different shapes. And it's like very obvious that like this right side is a shape and this left side is a shape, and where they intersect is like right here on this line, right? By landing on the intersections while you have a messed up hitbox, so first you mess up your hitbox and then you land on an intersection, you fall slightly inside of the intersection. And the game doesn't like that, so to prevent you from falling completely in the ground, it puts an opposite force on you and sends you out of the ground. And that opposite force sends you flying up really high. So all of these bounces I'm doing, I'm landing on like specific spots where I know polygons intersect, so that the game will force me out. Is all the construction finished? You would think so, but they put a note on my door that says they're coming back tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck's up wrong with my neighbor's apartment, but it's not even my apartment that they're fucking with. But yep, they will be back again tomorrow. Woo! It's especially annoying because there's nothing wrong with my apartment. It's all in my neighbor's shit. So I don't even know what they're fixing, or I get no benefit out of any of this. I just get loud construction noises. People in my apartment all day. It's very frustrating. It's especially annoying this last week because I had a long weekend where I had out-of-town people visiting. I stayed up literally all night, Sunday night into Monday morning, partying, like just hanging out with my friends. Just literally till the sun came up, we were partying. So I get back into my apartment on like Monday morning, and I want to like relax and like catch up from a long weekend. And all of a sudden there's construction. And then I get sick because I'm like, I get the tournament flu. Like, you know, you go to a convention, you see 100 people, you pick up like a cough. So I've been congested, I've been coughing, I've had no sleep, I've had people in and out of my apartment all week. This week has been miserable. So, been sick, I can't breathe. I also have this like infection on my eye right now, like a bump where I like, it's finally healing now, but like, there was like a big red bump under my eye, like a sty, and so I couldn't see shit out of my eye. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't hear from all the construction, I couldn't stream. I don't know, I've had a pretty shitty week. And on top of all of that, I haven't been able to stream, so I'm not making any dang money. I'm broke. But it's all looking up Millhouse. The thing on my eye is finally healing. I think. It doesn't hurt. But it was like a big ass bump, like right under my eye. It got like big and red and gross. I think it was like a clogged pore or clogged tear duct or something. It wasn't like a pimple, it wasn't like a sty, like, I don't know. It kept getting bigger like every day, like, it was like, it wasn't draining, it was just growing. And so I started like, kind of forcefully massaging it, like a little harder than maybe I should have, but putting a hot towel on it. I was taking a lot of hot showers and hot baths, just trying to like loosen up the skin, and I guess finally it's going back down.
Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson. Also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge. Aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen.
The dogs are yapping. Can you hear him?
War das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine.
Sometimes when an ambulance drives by, it like gives like the pack mentality for all the dogs, and all of them start like yelping and howling. There's a bunch of them yapping right now. A lot of people in Seattle have dogs. Not really a dog person. I actually don't really like dogs. Other people's dogs are fine. I wouldn't want my own. Like, I don't know, it's just annoying to have a car just set off like this commotion. A car just drove by and all of a sudden I'm just hearing a symphony of dogs. Seems like a lot of work. What's rent like in Seattle? Too damn high. I'm in a pretty, like, low-key, like, not a nice apartment, not in a super nice area. This is a very, like, average, below average apartment I'm in. It's a one-bedroom, I'm paying about 1,800 a month for almost everything. So too damn high.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I'm actually in like probably one of the cheaper places you can get around here for a 1-bedroom. I could go like studio and get a little cheaper if I wanted. I could go even smaller, but I'm in like a small 1-bedroom.
Wir haben Gesellschaft, Jungs.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Well, don't worry, those are Canadian dollars, noobs. They're not actually worth anything.
Granate!
Alle, besetzen die Kampfstation.
Ein bisschen ungestüm. Ah, Mann, hab mich voll erwischt. Au! Verfluchter Idiot! Den hab ich voll gepumpt.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Defend pays his entire rent in Toonie coins.
Hochtüren dicht machen.
That's so annoying. This is the trollest room ever, dude. Why is like everything just hidden? Nothing was easy to kill there. It wasn't that slow, but
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
that's not even real. Have you ever seen a toonie, noobs? Canadians, you know we have like $1 coins. We don't really use them in America much, but we do have coins that are worth $1. They have coins in Canada that are worth $2. They're called toonies.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
They call them that because their $1 coins have a bird on them, a loon, a little duck. So the $1 are loonies, and the $2 are toonies.
Na los, Chief, hier rein.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Mann, wir sind am Ball.
Canada also doesn't use pennies. Yeah. I mean, I think people haven't really noticed, but America has almost gotten rid of their pennies as well. When was the last time you guys actually used pennies? We're moving away from change in general. They are still used, they're still accepted as valid currency, but you see pennies less and less and less in America. I mean, partly because we've moved to the digital age and most people are you see cash just less and less and less. But even outside of that, like, the penny is, in terms of coins, the penny is seen the least.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Do I have any pennies near me? I might have some change on my desk. Let's see. No, sometimes I'll empty my pockets out on my desk and I'll throw my change. I don't see any.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Can you guys stop shooting at me? No. Go to the right, that would have been a good nade. Still pretty fast for being really panicky on the last few waves. That was pretty good. Anything sub 140 is really good.
Die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Ain't no way, man. I should have sorted him. I thought he was gonna punch. Or like I thought he was gonna do that like stun animation thing, but he just started shooting. Oh man. Just wanna go fast. I said, oh, I'm blinded by the light. That song was playing when I was just at the store. I feel like that song was playing like on every like radio station and TV commercial and Twitch commercial for a while, and then I haven't heard it in years. What is the name of that song? Who sings that? Ooh, I'm blinded by The Weeknd. When did that come out? 2020. I feel like in 2020 that played like everywhere for like a year straight.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine...
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
You guys ready for the Minecraft movie to be the hot meme for like the next 3 months over the entire summer?
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Do I need to capitalize on this and get a chicken jockey emote ASAP? This is how we sell out. We get a Master Chief chicken jockey, get the children to give me their Twitch subs.
Blöder Mistkerl.
Honestly, a Master Chief riding like a MOA as like a chicken jockey emote would probably be pretty funny.
Entertruppen unterwegs.
I heard that one of the leaked pirated versions was an unfinished CGI edit that like had the green screen still in the background on some of the shots. I find that to be kind of interesting. I feel bad for the intern that's gonna get fired and probably owe a lot of money to like Warner Brothers or whoever. But I think it's cool to see behind the curtain on movies, like see them before they get their special effects and stuff.
Weißt, wo du mich findest, Kumpel.
I wish more of that stuff was preserved and released publicly. I know like often big movies will do like behind the scenes and they'll make a whole like kind of movie about the making of the movie, and that'll release as like special DVD features or whatever. And that used to be kind of common, but I'm talking like just for historical like preservation. Just release the whole shit. Like release the movie before it got like all of the extra shit. I don't know.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I find that stuff just kind of interesting. I get why they wouldn't, obviously, but I feel like there is a way they could release it, like, as bonus files for the hardcore nerds.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I kind of hate the idea of losing, like, popular media just because a studio wants to keep its files hidden behind, like, lock and key. I've recently been watching Doctor Who, which is an old British television series that started in the 1960s, and it has over 800 episodes. So, if you've never, like, watched it, basically, the main character, his name is the Doctor, and after every few seasons, if they want a new Doctor, he's able to die, and in the story, he just regenerates as a new Doctor. So he's basically like an immortal time traveler, and it's like written into the story. So they're up to like the 16th Doctor or something after like 60 years. So each Doctor has a couple seasons in him. But some of the old Doctors, like the first 4 Doctors, some of their like entire episodes are missing. Like because they produced like literally hundreds of episodes back in the 1960s, and the BBC didn't save all of their recordings. Some of the episodes are literally just lost forever. Nobody has any recordings of them. You can't pirate them, you can't find them, they're not on the internet. They literally do not exist. There's like 85 episodes left or something that are still just completely gone. Some of them have audio, some of them have storyboards, some of them have like explanations of the story. But some of the episodes are just like, poof, you cannot watch them.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Ich rennen.
Schränke öffnen.
Isn't that kind of crazy to think about? Like, one of the most popular TV shows of all time is incomplete, as in it's unwatchable. You cannot watch the entire thing.
Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus
And
dem
that's kind of crazy.
genau wie bei
A
der
lot of people think, especially in the day of like modern media, modern movies, modern internet, that stuff sticks around forever. Even just one of the most popular shows of all time from 50 years ago, a good chunk of it's gone forever.
Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenwaffe?
Es versucht, uns auszuweichen.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
127 is the fastest I've ever cleared Hangar 2. The last enemy was dead. I looked at the clock and that's when I saw 127. That's what I used for timing. So I killed the Sword Elite and then I look at the clock.
Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben einen Raum. Der Chief muss mir aber helfen. Alle feindlichen Schiffe sind in der Theorie so stark. Unser Zwei-Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei. Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Where's their...
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
That's so troll. Show your head. It's fast enough, it's fine. I think I'm gonna PB today. That'd be cool.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle raus!
Are there many lost games, Wolo? I don't know of any popular lost games. I mean, I'm sure there's like old like 80s and like 90s shareware and bloatware and stuff that was like lost, but are there many like lost media games? I feel like losing games is way harder. Fusion Frenzy? I don't think that's lost media. I have that. I can play it right now. Boot it up. Fusion Frenzy is fun, but honestly the game sucks. There's only like 2 mini games that are good. That game is one of the most obvious nostalgia games I've ever played. I played it like not too long ago, like a few months ago. I went back and tried the mini games. I'm telling you, like 90% of them are actually bad. The hot rope one, or it's not hot rope, but it's the same as like the Mario Party mini game where you go over and under like on the thing that spins around. That one's like by far the best mini game. And there's a couple others that are decent, and then all of the others are just trash. It kind of made me sad trying to find a good mini game in Fusion Frenzy. I was like, man, this is not good. This is not what I remember.
Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum. Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns. Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall
Yeah, games where their servers shut down are in the same category. I was thinking more like cartridge-based games, like games that existed before online play. Like, are there any lost games that are lost because their cartridges are lost? I can't really think of any in that like camp. I know like if a server shuts down, yeah, you lose the game. But I don't know of any video games that are lost as in like physically lost, if that makes sense. Although I'm sure there is some, like I was saying, like 80s shareware. Isn't there some famous books? I mean, there's the whole story of like the library of Alexander the Great and stuff like that, where like supposedly we've lost like thousands of ancient texts. There's also that ancient like Chinese, Tibetan like mausoleum that has like thousands of untranslated books that are like thousands of years old. Yeah, I think we have access to that game, Phoenix. I know the Atari game you're talking about, but I think I could play that online right now if I wanted. I could like boot up the ROM and play it. Wasn't Chrome Hounds one of the Xbox Live games that one of the achievements was reach #1 in the world? That's such a shitty achievement. Imagine making an achievement to be literally #1 on a leaderboard. Back when Xbox Live achievements were brand new, like when the 360 just came out, there wasn't really a convention for how hard an achievement needed to be. So some games would literally give you 1,000 gamer score within the first 5 minutes of playing. And then some games would give you 1,000 gamer score if you had dedicated your life to them. And there was a whole gap of in between. Avatar: The Last Airbender was one of the notorious games. You could get people, so people used to like try to get gamer score as like, there was the number like if you beat a game you got 1,000 gamer score. So they would try to beat as many games as they could. Avatar was one of those games that gamerscore nerds would try to rent just so that they could get the easy 1,000 score. The way you got that was you started the game and you got a 5 times or a 10 times hit multiplier. So all you had to do was go into like the first combat scenario, spam punch 10 times so that you hit the guy like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then that would give you the multiplier and then you would get all the achievements. So literally you'd put the game in, you'd get 1,000 gamer score, and then you'd be done. No way, dude.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Wraiths. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
I did not get 3 rays here. Okay, I was gonna be so mad if I did, because I waited specifically to avoid them. Oh yeah, the Dead Rising achievement was kind of notorious, to kill thousands of zombies. And then another game like one-upped them, and then they one-upped themselves. Those kind of like references were funny. So Dead Rising had an achievement to kill like 50,127 zombies or something like that. And then another game came out and had an achievement to kill exactly 1 more than Dead Rising. I forget which game it was, but there was like a kind of like rivalry there. Dead Space? I don't. It might have been. I can't remember. Oh, Left 4 Dead sounds right. It was probably Left 4 Dead. You've bought 5 copies of Fusion Frenzy? I think you got scammed.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert.
You only need one.
Still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
There's no way! Why does this happen? This trick sucks. Defend, you're the one that goes on the bad side. You're the one with the bad brain. That side's faster. The room is perfectly symmetrical. If you struggle on one side versus the other, that's a brain issue. You don't get it 95% on either side. You are insane. Defend is not suspended. It's like you don't watch enough Defend streams. Yes, you do. Okay. Go. I will pay you $1,000 if you start up stream right now and you get that trick 95 times out of 100. I'd pay you $1 million because it's literally not possible. You will not hit that trick 95 times out of 100. Literally not possible. It's literally not possible. I don't think you understand. It's... You can't do it. You could grind for the rest of your life and you will not hit 95 times in a row. 95 times out of 100. You won't do it.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
You'll do it live? Yeah, okay. I bet you fail 5 times before you even make it to 10, let alone 100. You'll get it 50% of the time and think you're the greatest.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Why are you guys so troll? If that first nade was better, I actually probably could have lived there.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be in the level yet. I know how long Halo 2 Classic load times are. You'd still be staring at the chanting loading screen.
Hochtüren dicht machen.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Und Bewaffnung deine Taschenlampe.
That was a weird angle there. Whatever, it worked.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Are you streaming it, Defend? Nobody's gonna believe your text messages. I need the video recording of it. It better be live. Oh, come on. This was fast, too. How do I miss this twice? That still ended up... Wow, I mid-air stop there? This was fast, too. That's really annoying.
Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Ist da eine Bombe?
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen an die
No recording, but you have PC sound.
Alarm.
So they hear me in the background live, yeah. Well, the fact that you said you got first try good elite and you haven't said first try trick lets me know you've already failed once. So we got that going for us. Good job. 95%.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Missing bumps counts as failing. If you're sitting there bumping 40 times, that's not a success. That counts as a failure. Especially if you do it long enough to where they spot you. Actually, it's even worse because you've claimed that the reason that your side is good is because you're better at getting bumps over there. That's the reason the side's good. That's what you said on stream. No, you've said it on stream multiple times that you can't see the bumps on the other side, and that's one of the reasons you like it. Don't you bring this back. I can find the clip. You said you have a really hard time seeing the bumps on the other side. You've repeated this. No, you've repeated this several times. That's nonsense. You are lying.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor.
Muss mir aber
Schaltet sie
helfen.
nacheinander aus.
Zweite
Zweite Echelon. Kümmert euch um die Träger.
Alle feindlichen Schiffe sind gestartet.
Montana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Montana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
I really wish Defend was streaming this. I just know he's failing over and over again and not giving us an update on the number of failures he's achieved. The fact that he hasn't started by saying 1 out of 1 is what gives it away. And the fact that I've been on this level for 5 minutes now.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Nobody in chat believes that he's 95% consistent at this, do they? Nobody in chat's believing his nonsense.
Hier entkommst du nicht.
Sergeant, ich
Defend
brauche Sie
hasn't
auf
even
dem
made it to Arbiter 95
Well,
times in like the last 6
Aliens
months.
bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt.
Unten bleiben!
Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Yeah, nobody's buying 4 out of 4. Nobody's buying it. You're not 5. Yeah, okay, dude. Now that I said you're not counting, all of a sudden you start at 4 and you're 100% consistent. Nobody's believing your nonsense until you stream it. You have the ability to stream. You're at your computer with your stream set up, and it's magically not being streamed. I did it 10 out of 10 just now.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Weiter geht's! Ah, Mann! Das ist nicht gut! Den habe ich überfahren! Neuer Kontakt!
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das.
$11 out of 12. Nobody's buying it, defend. Nobody's buying it. Also, the timing that you just typed doesn't even make sense. I played 4 minutes of Cairo Station, and you didn't type a single time. I said at the very end of Cairo Station that you hadn't typed any numbers. So on the start of Outskirts, you typed 4 out of 4, 5 out of 5, 5 out of 6. Before I made it to the end of Outskirts, you're all of a sudden at 12? Literally, like, the timing does not add up. You told me when I was at the start of Cairo Station that you had just got a good elite. Less than 4 minutes later, you had only done 5 attempts. Less than 4 minutes later, you're up to 12. I don't know.
Nette Begrüßung.
This could all be solved with just simply recording, but you refuse to do that, even though it's literally one button and you're at your recorded setup with everything plugged in.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Graves. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
I hate this game.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Graves.
Why is the board prompt not there?
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Graves.
I don't understand.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Graves.
Alright, whatever. Nobody's buying it, Defend. Honestly, I find you, like, continuing on with this meme to be pretty annoying. You could either prove it or shut up. I'd rather stop hearing about you, like, type, like, blatant lies in my chat. Like, if you don't want me to think you're a liar, like, prove it. If you're just gonna type nonsense in my chat, it's just annoying. It's honestly, like, really stupid. There's a 100% way to make people believe you, and it literally takes one button for you to push. Otherwise, you just seem really stupid right now. Like, I don't get it. It's just being annoying. You can't while still working? I mean, you could literally push the record button. You say you're working, but you just said, like, you say you're playing the game. You just pushed the record button. It's one button. You're already doing everything else. Like, you're on your normal setup that you normally stream from. Like, the argument that you're working is ridiculous. It's just stupid. I don't know. Honestly, this has made me respect you a lot less. Even if you're telling the truth about doing it, it's just... the way you're, like, behaving is just absolutely ridiculous. You make a claim, I tell you how you can prove it, and you're just, like, not proving it. You look really stupid. This has honestly, like, made me, like, think differently of you, the way you're acting. It's really weird. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world to prove you're telling the truth, and you're just, like, continuously typing things that, like, don't make sense.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
What's passenger sword seat glitch? I mean, it depends on what context you're talking about it, but I assume you're talking about like the Warthog side seat fly. On version 1.0, if you get in a Warthog side seat and you have a sword, and then you lunge at somebody, you won't actually like get out of the Warthog and lunge at them, but it'll make the sword noise like you did. It'll like make the slashing noise. And when that happens, it basically stores your sword fly. So if that person that you lunged at then like decides to walk really far away, and then you get out of the Warthog on your own, it'll remember that you had a sword lunge and it'll fly to that guy. Even if he's completely across the world on the other side of the map, you'll still like teleport. You won't teleport, you'll like fly over there like a sword fly. It only works on version 1.0. It doesn't work on Master Chief Collection, and it doesn't work on later versions. It's not really useful in the speedrun because there's not really very many times we're getting in the side seat, but it actually is the same general mechanic that is used for Uprising. If you've ever seen the ghost drop on Uprising, whenever I take the ghost and drive it off the cliff at the end of the level, that uses the same mechanic of I use the sword and I get in the ghost at the exact same time, and that stores the sword lunge.
Die verlassen die Athen.
If you go to my YouTube channel and you watch longest sword fly, type that in, you'll see an example of a side seat fly if you want to see it in action.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
The swordfly portion of that is just exactly what I described. Get in the side seat of a Warthog and lunge your sword. But the rest of the setup for that trick's the hard part.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I like people in the comments on that video telling me I just used acrophobia, but even if you used acrophobia, you couldn't recreate my video. Nobody on the internet can recreate that longest swordfight video except me. And you've got people in the comments saying, just use acrophobia.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Misa, what was your other account that you got banned on?
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Heldenschief.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
No, I mean, I answer questions all the time. This guy is on an account that is a ban evasion account, so I've just been ignoring it for a second. Just wondering if he'll tell me why he got banned on his other account.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I mean, the Twitch auto mod could be wrong, but it's telling me that you're basically on an IP address of a guy who I've banned before in my chat.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Yeah, but the reason you pick up the pistol on Outskirts is because it gives you more grenades on Metropolis.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine
I
sein.
need 4
Chief,
grenades on
Sie
Metropolis, but I use all my grenades on Outskirts. And picking up the pistol gives me more grenades because of a roundabout reason. Picking up the SMG on this level doesn't do anything.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Band.
Stella, you gotta stop asking AI about video game glitches. AI does not know about video game glitches. It will not be able to do things for you.
Im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzung G. Schaltet sie nachher wieder aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger. Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Ich glaube es nicht. Jetzt ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Okay. Not quite how I wanted to do that, but it worked. It gave you the macros for the tricks. Yeah, they're not gonna work. I hate to tell you, they're not gonna work. That was an insane clear. Do I want to see them? It doesn't matter what they look like. They're not gonna work. I don't need to see them.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Do you know how I know they're not gonna work? Because the technical definition for what a swordfly does and how it works is not on the internet. You will not find the frame data. So like, there's no training data that could have possibly taught AI how to do a swordfly. So it's just going to make up the timings. If you say push Y then X then R, like you can make a macro that does that, but the frame timings are never going to be correct. It's just, the information isn't on the internet. There's no training data that it could have got. It's literally not possible.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
How do I get sniped there, man? Crazy. Yeah. No, Zoo has the current world record. I'm trying to beat him. Zoo is fast.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
What do I do when I beat him? I send him the video. Don't want to see the response it gave you. I mean, you can copy paste it if you want, Stella. I mean, it's gonna be nonsense. It looks legit. See, you gotta stop trusting AI. AI is not legit. It is very good for some things, but you gotta stop asking it random specific, like, video game questions. It does not know about speedrunning. It does not know about the fastest routes in games. It does not know about glitches. I don't know how to explain AI to people, but it's not as good as people think at many things. The fact that it looks legit to you is probably a sign that you should stop using AI for things like this. That you can't tell the difference between something that looks legit and isn't. Is, like... The only time you should be using AI is if you know exactly what you want. If you can't tell the difference between legit and not, then you're using it wrong.
Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Sorry, my phone's vibrating. I think it stopped. Was that loud? It was sitting on like a mat. I don't know how loud it was for you guys, but I'll move my phone if it was too loud. Excuse me.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Your brain was buzzing. Yeah, sorry, I'll move it so it doesn't make noise for you guys. I set it on my desk because that's just kind of where it like naturally goes when I sit down, but then my microphone is also on my desk. So even if it's not super loud for me, the whole desk is wood and like vibrates and it ends up kind of loud for you guys. How long have I been at this? 1 hour and 28 minutes and 2 seconds. Today. No, getting shot doesn't matter.
Entertruppen unterwegs.
You meant like in life? I mean, I don't know how long I've been doing everything in my life. A lot of stuff to keep track of. I was kind of hoping the stats keeper would know. Maybe we can ask him.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Just genuinely curious. I mean, I've been doing this on and off since the game came out. Some months I play a lot more than others. Some months I don't play at all. But basically, the game came out in 2004, and I played the multiplayer a lot. So between like 2005 and 2006 and 2007, I was basically just grinding multiplayer. I was doing the, like ranked matchmaking, I was doing glitches, I was doing launches, like launching the warthogs with my friends, getting out of the maps, super bouncing, doing all that. So I was super hooked on the multiplayer when this game was popular for the like 3 years that it was out. Then Halo 3 comes out, and so I switch, and all my friends move on to Halo 3, and so do I. I played Halo 3 multiplayer until Reach came out, so that was like another 3 or 4 years of just mostly multiplayer stuff. On the side, because I was super into glitches, I was also like aware of speedrunning and campaign stuff, so I started doing more speedruns around like 2006 casually, but I was still more of a multiplayer dude. But after Halo 3, Reach comes out, and I didn't really like Reach, so I moved on and played a little bit with my friends on Reach, but I didn't like it as much. So I did some speedruns of Reach to try to enjoy the campaign. I held some records there in like 2011. Still didn't really like Reach that much, so I decided to go back to Halo 2, go back to some of the speedruns I was doing in 2006. So after like 2011, I went back and kind of took all the Halo 2 records. I guess that was more like 2010. And then I was in college, so I wasn't really streaming much for my first few years of college, so I didn't really play Halo at all. And then I got more situated in my college life, so I got more free time. Towards the end of college, I started streaming more. Then I got a real job and I couldn't stream. So it's basically just been on and off since the game came out. Here's what it gave you. Alright, let's take a look. How nonsense is this? Oh, wait, did I just ban somebody? Oops. Unban him and repost that link, please. The link went away. Can you repost the link? I wanted to click it.
Chief, suchen Sie die.
It's all good.
Na los jetzt. Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Click that. Delays between inputs are 33 milliseconds. Where are you getting that? Not true. I mean, I guess if you're
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer fahren.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen
talking
durch, Sir.
frames.
Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. And also because, I mean, there's a few reasons that won't work. There's a very obvious reason about the Y button not working. But yeah, no, it's never gonna work. It's also not one frame apart. Yeah, so Y button functions differently than the X button on Halo. Y button only activates on release. So if you hold the Y button, nothing happens. X button happens on press. So if you hold the X button, it presses X. If you hold the Y button, nothing happens. Which means that your macro clearly isn't going to work on that regard. The frame data is also wrong. I mean, like I said, like the AI just doesn't know what it's doing. It doesn't have the frame data. It doesn't know the problem space. You got to stop asking AI to solve problems like this.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
I mean, yeah, if you were wanting AI to give you tools on how to make a macro, and then you find the information yourself, that would be how you do it. So in that way, that's a very, very good tip that the AI gave you. It said, here's how to make a macro, go find the timings yourself. That's what you should use AI for. Now you know how to make a macro, and now you know like where to put the numbers. It's never gonna figure out how to swordfly Halo for you, but it would be very, very good if you didn't know how to make a macro already. That's what you need to use AI for. Teach me how to make a macro. Like type that in. That.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt.
Unten bleiben!
Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
How did I just miss like 400 swordflies? I was aiming too high, and I swear I was pushing down, but I couldn't aim.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Wir haben doch was vor uns. Das tut weh. Durchlöchert wie ein Käse. Autsch! Genau in die Fresse. Nicht nachlassen! Hey, diese Typen lernen das wohl nie. Autsch! Da ist noch einer!
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das.
How are these glitches discovered? Usually I think of them. I mean, it's not that simple, but like most of the glitches used in the speedrun route are my concoctions. But like I said earlier, I've been doing glitches since 2004. So I didn't find everything myself, but I was a part of the community that did. So like almost every single glitch that got found was posted on High Impact Halo, and then we had forums where we would be like, well, how does it work? How do we recreate it? How do we use it in different spots? And so like super bouncing, sword flying, grenade jumping, grenade launching, all of that got found really early, and then we combine those tools and we make them more complicated. So now that we know how to grenade jump and now that we know how to sword fly, we start thinking, well, how do we get to these hard to reach places? And then you find more tricks, and then you end up with thousands of people all doing the same thing. They have good ideas, they have bad ideas, and it all just builds on itself. And you use that kind of challenge mindset. So once you understand all the glitches, you have all the tools, you look at the speedrun and you think, well, how do I go from point A to point B the fastest? What's slowing me down? Is there a wall in the way? Is there a door in the way? Can I go over the obstacle? Can I go around the obstacle? And it's basically just combining all of the tools. And the tools have been being built by thousands of community members over a couple dozen years. I just read the rest of that picture you sent. You know what? Maybe AI is onto something, because it actually gave you the best answer in the entire world. It gave you the correct answer. Under how to find exact timings, community resources. Speedrunners like MisterMonopoli often share their macro timings. Yep, ask MisterMonopoli. Stop asking AI, go ask MisterMonopoli. That's the answer. AI actually knows. Go ask MisterMonopoli. You know what? They figured it out. Maybe I was too quick to downplay this AI. Maybe it actually does know. That ship was going sideways. You guys see that ship on the outside of the station? Normally they're going like mostly straight up. That one was going like horizontally or diagonally. Oh, it came like super close to the ship too. That was funny. You see those in the background? You can like see them, like that one right there. Sometimes they'll fly literally through like the middle of the ship, like they'll fly straight up through the wall here. I'm not sure what determines their spawn positions. It's like random, but I think they are like slightly manipulable. I'm not sure exactly how. That was a good sword fly. You're not gonna kill me.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Sie die Bombe.
Im Laufen.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Jetzt wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger.
Adapted on.
Knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Verdammt übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns.
Not bad.
Sir.
Almost died there at the end.
Der Reiter in Richtung Erde durchbrochen.
We lived. Had to keep stunning that elite.
Von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten
I needed to hide behind him, and he did not take shots, and needed him to not kill me. No, I'm dead. Wow, so many needles. I tried to go fast. I just got absolutely obliterated.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, Fortune, that if there's a more consistent Arbiter skip, it's probably going to be slightly different. I think the elevator is probably the most consistent. If you can get squished by the elevator some way and do an MCC style one, then there's probably something.
Ich werfe eine Granate.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, exactly, Fortune. It's like the method you were trying is like ultimately different but the same. It's like exactly the same mechanics at the end of the day.
Lass mich das machen, Kamerad.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Zum Teufel, ich seh's nicht mehr.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Come on. Brent should have died.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yo, what up, Chris?
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
What is Megalo edit? Don't know. You gotta stop talking to AI, Stella. And I mean this seriously, not just at Stella, but there's been a lot of instances where people have been talking online, coming to spaces I'm a part of, saying, hey, I asked AI about this, and here's what it said. And they're like completely being genuine, thinking that it's adding something to the discussion, when it is absolutely not. I don't know, I really think that that behavior needs to stop on the internet. Like, it's legitimately dangerous behavior, and it's coming from people who don't understand what they're doing. Well, no, now Google gives you AI as well, Reaver. I mean, even, like, just saying Google this shit isn't always a good answer anymore. The top response on Google is often AI generated, and it's wrong anymore. It's really, really getting to a point where people are asking the internet for information, copying and pasting it, and pretending to be an expert without verifying it even a little bit. They ask the question into Google, they get an immediate response, they copy-paste it, and then click enter. And that's the entire... They asked AI gave them an answer, and it seems right. That doesn't mean people aren't open-minded. It's not about being open-minded. It's about you're asking a resource that doesn't understand the problem space, and then you're presenting it to people that do, as if it adds something to the discussion. You're detracting from the discussion under the guise of adding, and I'm not just ranting at you, Stella. I've seen this a lot. It's just, I don't know how to explain this behavior without, like, just describing it as harmful. Imagine going into, like, a group chat of experts, like the world-leading experts of something, and coming in and saying, hey, I asked AI, and it said this. And you're just, like, smiley, like, cheery about it. You're not trying to be rude, but, like, the AI is just completely wrong, and the experts don't have time to explain to you why it's completely wrong, because it's so wrong that it shows a lack of fundamental understanding, so much so that we would have to go back and teach, like, basic elementary concepts, like an entire, like, course, like multiple year classes in college kind of course. And people are coming in pretending to be at the same level of experts, posting these opinions from AI, and they're just wrong. They're fundamentally wrong from the source, from step one, from step zero. They're just fundamentally wrong. And people are now adding these conversations into serious conversation. Like, these voices are now popping into legitimate conversation. People that are just flat out wrong from step zero. I'm not assuming many things. I'm saying what I've seen happen. I'm not ranting at you specifically, Stella. I'm saying I've seen this happening more and more and more on online spaces. This isn't just directed at you, but this is like a legitimate thing that's happening all over the internet. And it's like actually dangerous. It's not about me like oversimplifying or like... It's people thinking they're right because the internet tells them they're right, and then they try to tell other people they're right, and it's leading to a bunch of bad things. Having amateurs come into like conversations with experts and feeling like they're on equal footing and presenting their information like it's on equal footing is muddying the waters of everything. It's making it harder for experts to prove they're experts because they have to they have to argue with these AIs that are just flat out wrong. And then they have to argue with people who are using the AIs who just trust them blindly. It really is tainting entire spaces. It's especially bad for math right now. There's a bunch of math experts, like math and stats, and like, so you guys have heard of like binomial distributions and things like that. You would expect that maybe AI would be pretty good at math with things like stats and stuff, but it turns out they just make up formulas and give you like bullshit. So like if you're trying to use some like complicated stats and you ask like ChatGPT, it'll confidently give you an answer and say, yeah, that has a 10% chance of happening. And then you look at the math that they did, and it's just utter nonsense. So people are like using like these statistical analyses from AI and saying, yeah, this is gonna work, and then it's just flat out wrong. It's like not, and the problem is it doesn't know it's wrong. It's confidently wrong. It's not saying, hey, I think it's this, or you should try this. It's saying, this is the answer. This is the truth. And it's not even close. It's just flat out the opposite.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Chief, ich schulde Ihnen was.
Everything's 50-50? I mean, that's a better stats answer than ChatGPT will give you.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir
konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Von mir aus, folgt mir!
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Oh, come on. Please. Alright, whatever, it's still fast.
Ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Drückerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Oh yeah, and people are poisoning the AI. People have been tricking the Google AI. If you like ask about certain movies, Google AI makes up descriptions. Because people have been tricking it with like, what was one that Moana 2. This was a story that I heard recently. Some dad was asking, is there a Moana 2? Like, because his daughter loved the first one or something. He was like, is there a second one that I can show my kid? And Google said, yeah. Google said, yep. It gave the release date, it gave a plot, it gave the actors. There is no Moana 2. But Google AI said there was. Google AI gave you the plot to it, it told you when it came out, it told you who the actors were.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen!
I might still do it. If you ask right now on Google, when did Moana 2 come out? You might get an answer. I don't know if they fixed it or not. I saw... There is a Moana 2? Oh, is there? Oh, maybe it wasn't Moana then. It was some Disney movie. Is there actually a Moana 2? I don't know. There is now? Oh, okay. Well, it was something similar to that I saw. Like, somebody asked about a movie, and Google straight up invented it. It made up a sequel. Oh, they're working on it right now. Okay, so it's not out yet.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Oh, it is out. Well, so... I don't watch kids' movies, so I don't know, but...
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen.
Stop sniping me, dude. AI is cancer. I mean, definitely the stuff I'm complaining about are real complaints about AI, but it is going to be very powerful technology. It is already shown to be very powerful technology for what it's good at. So it is not complete cancer. And honestly, in some ways it's the opposite of cancer. AI is going to be what cures cancer. Like, unironically, AI is going to be the cure for cancer. It is already, like, making huge leaps and bounds. It's, for cancer detection in terms of, like, skin cancer and stuff, the way doctors look at your skin, they, like, look for moles and stuff, AI is literally millions of times better than doctors. You can send pictures of your skin to AI, and AI can reliably detect how likely you are to have skin cancer. And that's just, like, on the surface. They are also able to look, like, with, like, deeper scans and stuff, like, AI in terms of image recognition, it is already, like, solving cancer. And that's not even a joke. But obviously the good is not without bad, because there is tons of bad with the AI as well, especially the stuff that I've been complaining about in the last 10 minutes.
Ich hab noch einen Feindkontakt.
Large language models and large language models are machine learning, Berserk. Ultimately, they are still AI applications. I understand, like, trying to make a difference there, but really, LLMs are machine learning. They are one and the same. I mean, I wouldn't say Courage really predicted AI. That's kind of how we used computers back then, Muddy. There was like ask.com, Ask Jeeves. You go on the internet, you go to ask.com and you ask a question. That is how the internet was like originally used for quite a while. But I mean, obviously, the computer on Courage had like a whole personality and talked back and stuff, but it wasn't really that like prophetical to see Courage using the computer like that. That's basically how kids were using the computer back then. Nice, noobs.
Nette Begrüßung.
Before Google was popular, I think there was a long period of time where Ask Jeeves was the #1 website on the internet. I think it was literally the most visited website for a little while. I might be wrong. Maybe AOL had it beat out at that time, or one of those websites. But I think Ask was like, let's see. Let's see if I can. I don't know if I can find like a website ranking, but I feel like Ask was definitely in like the top like 1 or 2 websites for a little while. I remember Cha Cha. You could text the number with your T9 phones and they'd respond with answers. I actually used that. In class when I first got my phone. I remember doing that. What class did I use that in? Was it physics? I remember I tried to use it in my physics class and the person on the other end did not know how to answer my question, which was really funny. You debate if the person was real on the other end. Oh yeah, no, it was real employees. Your text message would go to a person sitting on a computer, and they would Google your answer, and then they would reply to you. That was literally how Cha Cha worked. It was like you literally went to people. There might have been some automated like auto response text for like easy questions, but Cha Cha was actual humans.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
The Flood's head is in their body. It's true. Do you not think it's weird to make like an account of a real human pretending to be them? Like, what's the punchline to your joke? Like, he's not a comic book character, he's not a cartoon, he's a real person. And you're like, pretending to be him on the internet. You've made literally 5 accounts today, pretending to be this person that you've never met, you've never interacted with, you've only watched YouTube videos about him, and you're like, obsessed with him. Do you not realize how weird that is? You've been doing this for weeks. Like, this isn't the first time you've done it. What? What are you gaining by like pretending to be this dude that
Chief, suchen Sie die.
you apparently think is like a comic book villain or something? You really need to go outside more. You're using a real person's real life name. That's not a gamer tag. That's a real name. You're using his real picture. Is that the person I talked about? Oh, this is a different troll. I have a couple trolls, but yeah, this is a guy who pretends to be Cody Miller like over and over again, as if like Cody has ever been relevant in the last 20 years. This dude watched some random YouTube clickbait video and thinks that Cody is even slightly relevant to anything. It's actually really creepy though, to like take somebody's face and name and pretend to be them on the internet. It's very, very weird. Especially somebody who I know, who I've met, who I've interacted with, who I actually do know. It's very, very weird.
Ich glaube es nicht. Jetzt ziehen Sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Unfortunately, I gave him what he wanted. I mean, this is the first time I've responded to it in a while, and he does it, I don't know, I just don't get it. I have just been banning the account, Sneezy. He's been doing it on Twitch and YouTube. I have just been banning them without mentioning them, and they keep coming back.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
The Cody Miller Hydra, yeah. You cut one head off and trolls spawn out of more. It's crazy to me that like people are so impressionable by YouTubers who like don't even speedrun. Like, Cody hasn't been relevant to Halo speedrunning for almost 20 years. And even when he was relevant to Halo speedrunning, he wasn't seen as a villain. So, like, everyone that knew him, like, has, like, mostly good memories of Cody. Like, he wasn't considered a bad guy in the community. He wasn't, the YouTubers, like, it painted the picture completely wrong. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They weren't there. And Cody isn't even the most prolific cheater in Halo. Like, there have been people who have cheated a lot more runs over a lot longer period of time. So he's not the most prolific cheater. He's not the most prestige. He's never had like prestigious world records. He's some random cheater from 20 years ago that is only relevant because random, like, YouTubers have propped him up. Random YouTubers who don't even play Halo or, like, do Halo 2 speedruns are, like, propping him up. Very weird. Very, very weird. Wasn't he in the Guinness Book of World Records? Yeah, but so were, like, literally hundreds of other random gamers. I mean, I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records. I think Bark in my Twitch chat's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Like, yeah, he cheated that run, but it's not like it's that, like, in terms of speedrunning, Guinness is a joke. Speedrunners don't take Guinness World Records seriously. Like, those don't mean anything. The record I have in the Guinness record book is, like, so inconsequential, it doesn't mean anything to me. It was like, they didn't even ask me to put me in. They just, like, put in some random shit time. I don't even own a copy of the book that I'm in. Like, that's how little I care. Yeah, no, exactly, Bart. Like, literally nobody watched GDQ back then. It wasn't even called Awesome Games Done Quick yet. It was called Classic Games Done Quick, and only a few hundred or maybe a few thousand people saw it back then. Like, nobody fucking watched the run. It wasn't a big deal. You got another one, noobs. You got another one. Wait, is that the same one? Permaban it. YouTube mod tools are bad. Yeah, they're terrible. Yeah, actually, the reason that his other runs were fine is because he practiced those. He said specifically that he spent a lot of time practicing his other speed runs, and he assumed he'd be okay at Halo because that was the game he had the most hours in. So yeah, like, I mean, he ran like 3 games, and 2 of them were fine, and 1 of them was a disaster. And the reason it was a disaster wasn't even really his fault. Most people don't even know this story, but like, Cody was planning on running easy. That was what he was going to do, either easy or normal. But then he got talked into doing legendary last minute, and he didn't practice legendary at all going into that event. He originally didn't plan on doing it though. So that's why he got lost on levels like 343, because the route is literally different on legendary than easy. The doors that open, the hallways that open, the path is different on legendary. So he didn't get lost because he's like stupid. I mean, maybe he is, but he got lost because he got kind of tricked into doing a category he's never ran before. Nobody on YouTube has actually told the story of Cody Miller correctly, and they've all done a terrible job of, like, spinning it. I get a little annoyed whenever people, like, string up that drama and, like, tell the story wrong, because they weren't there, and they're obviously just doing it for clickbait views. It's very disingenuous. I think if you weren't there and you don't know anybody that was there, you have no business making content about it. Like, it's just the lowest effort clickbait drama bullshit. And it's literally 20 years old at this point. Let it go. It's such low effort. Kind of want to go for early cycle. I don't know if I got it or not though.
Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banksman.
I don't think I did. I'm gonna wait. Oh, that sucks. It was really close. I might have had it. Yeah, there was a cut mission. That's what, if you've seen the multiplayer map Burial Mounds looks almost exactly like Alpha Moon. You can find it, they just released it actually. they remastered it so that there's voice acting, there's scripts, so you can play the level as if it's a real mission. The voice acting isn't very good because it's not like finished, it's not an actual level, but they've restored it the best they could. It's kind of cool. Where'd this guy go? Hello? Where's the Ultra?
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Yeah, but I think according to the story, Alpha Moon is supposed to be right after Oracle. So you were supposed to like crash land on a moon after we cut the cables on Oracle and blow up the gas planet or the gas mine. We were supposed to land on a moon, and that moon would have been like the end of the heretics. I think you kill the heretic leader there, or you find his friends, or I think that was like kind of supposed to be the final hiding place of the heretics, was the Alpha Moon. I hate this trick. Oops, I thought I died. Well, we lived. Good thing I was slow on that revert, or I mean, still watching on that revert.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie
Never get lucky.
Die Ketzer mobilisieren ihre Luftstreitkräfte, Gebieter. Schnappt euch ihren Anführer, aber passt auf. Ich schicke
Alright, we'll lose a little. We're still green. Your good door's like 20%. Sometimes it feels like it.
Der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein.
This backwoods for me. Little wood tip. Or back. I don't smoke like any of those like cigarillos or anything. Do I even know what a backwood is? I remember Rillos used to be all the hype for rolling back in the day when I'm thinking of Black and Mild. Yeah, I think that is what I'm thinking.
Einem Gebieter stellt ein Propheten als, muss ganz nah sein.
Backwood is a cigar. I've never been a cigar smoker either. I've like tried them before as like my like special occasions with friends and stuff, but I'm not really much into smoking like that.
Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
Everyone's a Zenennial. Yeah, those Zine or Zine or however you pronounce them. I'm not those chewing tobacco and chewing pouches. You guys need to cut that out. Those are bad for you. You know what's crazy? Is we were so close to getting kids to stop smoking nicotine. We were like there. And then fucking vapes come out and e-cigarettes and zines. I mean, people were always chewing tobacco. I know that one's not that new, but the zines are new. The marketing of it is new. Man, we were so close. Smoking in like teens was at a historic all-time low to the point where it was considered disgusting. It was considered uncool. Nobody was smoking. Like at the turn of the 2000s, it was an absolute like deal breaker for dating. It was a deal breaker for just social stigma. Kids were almost free. And then we fucking gave them flavored candy tobacco. Yeah, snus has been a thing for not just years, decades in Sweden. Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's not really new, but definitely it's more modern in America. But yeah, snus has been a thing forever. Especially in the Nordic countries. I know Sweden and Finland and those areas. It's like those guys are doing dip and chew for a long since they're fucking 12. Yo, Landry, welcome back. Thank you. Hey, no way. It's just not fair. I'm gonna wait for my camo before I kill this guy. So it may have seemed slow, but that was intentional. I saved that really well. I got pretty unlucky here. I had to waste a whole camo cycle, but it was worth it. I was gonna die otherwise. Yo, what up, Trunks? Sorry. Still congested. I'm ready for this cough to go away. No way! Instant backsmack? Are you kidding me? Oh no, man. Can anyone check my YouTube video and see when I got that checkpoint? It was at like 50 or like 45 or something. I don't actually know, but can't believe I just got instant backsmacked on the drop there. Fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. Oh, there goes a minute. I think I'm gonna go for the ghost here. I lost a minute there. There's a trick here a lot of you guys have probably never seen. Try to do it. It saves like 15 seconds if you do it right, but it's hard to save that time.
Ist jetzt überall in der Station. Wir sind zu wenige für so eine Riesenverseuchung. Sucht den Anführer dieser Ketzer. Tötet ihn jetzt!
Oh, come on. That should have been it. You know, I kind of want to go back 2 checkpoints. I've been wanting to test something. We're going into glitch mode. I got a glitch I want to test. Oh, I'm not going to be able to go back to... It's not going to take me where I want, is it? No, I don't want to restart the level. It's not gonna... I think my checkpoint's at that door. I was really hoping it was right before that door. If it is, then I'm lucky. We'll see. Aw, man, I was hoping it was right before here. Feels bad. Whatever. Wanted to try something. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, games with turret missions definitely do what you're talking about, Ultima. Like if you think of like Ratchet and Clank has sections where you have to hop on a turret to like take out spaceships and stuff. The spaceships won't start spawning in until you get on the turret. Or and things like that. So yeah, games definitely do exactly what you're saying. But that's not what happens there.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gib ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Alright. I think I'm gonna play a quick game of chess. I'm gonna take a couple minute break here, then we'll get back into the running. You guys wanna watch me play some chess? I'm still over 2100. I went on like a 5 or 6 game win streak yesterday when I played some chess.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Alright, let's play a couple games here. Yep, still 2100. We did it. We won our video game. He resigned. If you guys are wondering why the game ended. I know sometimes it's not obvious if you don't play chess, like, when a game ends. I probably should, like, look at the final position for a second with you guys. But he was getting crushed at the end, so he quit. That's pretty normal. He's winning another pawn here. Oh, that was bad. Does he see it? Oh, he does. That sucks. I choked. I'm still not guaranteed to lose here because he's probably going to have a hard time flagging me. If I keep his knight pinned, he's not going to be happy here. Yeah, he's just playing he's just like playing nonsense moves now. He's fast though. He knows how the knights move. Ah, I lost. I don't think he's gonna mate me though. I don't think he's got it. Oh, maybe he does. This guy's fast. How is he so slow? Okay, whatever. He went from being really slow to really fast there. What? This is a draw, even though it doesn't look like it. This is threefold repetition, which means this exact position happened 3 times. So I moved back and forth with my king. So here's the same position again. So there it is, and there it is. So the game ends. If you play the exact same spot 3 times in a row, then the game will just end. It's a tie. He was winning there, but he ran out of time, so he couldn't actually convert. In 1 minute chess, you only have 1 minute to win the game. If you run out of time, the game is over. Oh, that was dumb. What am I doing? I'm lost here. I'll go back to Halo after this. Even when I'm lost, I don't resign. Because, I mean, people mess up and they flag these positions all the time. Like, he's not making this easy on... Okay, he finally made it pretty easy on himself. This just pushes, yeah. So now the game plan is to push all my pawns. He's gonna go here and then here and I lose. Oh, no. I need to move all of my pawns. Okay, so now I need to get off. So now my pawns are stuck. So now we can maybe stalemate. You can only stalemate if you have no legal move. The only way to do that is to make sure your pawns can't move. So I was playing for stalemate at the end, but I knew I was gonna lose. But those are the tricks you got. If you don't want to lose many games of chess, if you just play for random tricks like that, you'll just save random draws that you don't deserve. People screw up all the time. Even like a 2150 that this guy's really good. He's better than 99% of chess players. But people mess him up all the time. You'd be surprised how good players under time pressure will fuck up.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden...
Sometimes your brain just panics. When you have like 10 seconds left on the clock and you know you need like 8 seconds, sometimes you just short circuit and accidentally waste those 2 extra seconds. I have stolen literally hundreds of games because I always like play out. If there's a chance for like stalemate or a draw, I always play it out. I don't resign unless it's like, unless my opponent has clearly demonstrated that they're about to beat me, like they know how to win. Because there's sometimes that the opponent is like doing a set of moves that is going to win in the next few. You should resign in that situation. But if there's still hope, play it out.
Truppen unterwegs.
Can't stop coughing. I should take a break and go get some water and stuff too. Yeah, give me a minute after I reset here. I know I just took a break to play some chess, but I didn't actually step away from the computer. I still need a break.
keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Außerirdischer!
Könnten Sie alle diese Dinger töten? Das wäre einfach fantastisch.
Hochführen nicht machen.
Why do I suck? How did that not track you? What?
Waffenschränke öffnen.
There's still so much alive.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Said I was gonna take a break, I forgot to. Have any of you guys been keeping up with the chess drama? I was talking about this, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago on stream. But there's some slightly interesting new chess drama. So if you guys have been following any of the chess drama on the internet for the past, like, 5 years, there's a guy named Hans Niemann, who was accused of cheating by some of the top players, because he actually got caught cheating in online games. So this guy is very good at chess. He's like a top 20 player in the world, but he did get caught cheating in online events. So like that's been proven, but he never got caught cheating in person. And for some people that's different. It's different to cheat on the internet compared to in tournaments. I don't actually consider it that different, but some people do. So either way, this guy, he admitted to cheating online, he never admitted to cheating in person. And so some top players are like, hey, this guy's suspicious, I don't want to play tournaments with him. So they didn't play against him. And that led to a whole bunch of people like speculating and like maybe unfairly criticizing this guy for being a cheater, because he did cheat online but he didn't cheat in person. But then this guy like is also just a huge asshole to everybody. He like trashes hotel rooms, he's smashed mirrors, he's broken pictures. He's like, he gets invited to these like fancy chess tournaments and then treats everyone like shit. The organizers, the interviewers, the other players, the hotel staff, he's like breaking stuff. And so eventually, like, not only are people calling him a cheater, they're calling him like a bad sport. So now he's not getting invited to any chess events anymore. Nobody likes this guy. He's been kind of like soft blacklisted from everything. And then a bit finally, like, so getting blacklisted definitely sucks if you're a professional chess player. Like, I feel bad for him in a way, because how are you supposed to go to tournaments if nobody wants to play with you, right? So he's been on Twitter saying, oh, it's unfair, the chess mafia, nobody invites me to anything anymore. I just want to prove I'm a better person. I want to be in the chess world, yada yada yada. And so he finally gets an invite to one of the biggest chess tournaments there is. A billionaire is sponsoring it, Magnus is playing in it, the world champion, Gukesh is playing in it, some of the top Indian superstars are there, like Vidit and Arjun. So there's a whole bunch of talent in this tournament. And Hans gets an invite. And the day before the tournament, they announced that there's going to be super strict anti-cheating efforts to make sure that it's a legitimate tournament. And then Hans withdraws. He decides he doesn't want to play in this tournament anymore. The day they announced that there's going to be strict anti-cheating measures, Hans pulls out and says, never mind, I don't want to play this tournament. After spending the whole last year complaining that nobody wants to play tournaments with him, he pulls out last minute on this one. So now it's like, I don't know, he's obviously inflicted all of this on himself. He is a cheater in the past. He is an asshole to everyone in the past. And now that he's finally given a second chance, He withdraws from a tournament without any explanation. He doesn't tell the organizers. He doesn't like. He still hasn't given an explanation, and it's been like 48 hours. Even if it's a family emergency, like, I'm not wishing this on anybody, but like a family member death or he's very sick, you send a text message saying, hey, sorry, I can't do it. Like, if you have been on, for the last couple years, on this huge, like, crusade to try to get back into the chess world, you cannot pull out of a chess tournament the day it's supposed to happen without giving a reason, without talking to anybody, without, like, even if it's a family emergency, you still have to say, hey, sorry, my mom died. Hey, sorry, I'm sick. Like, you would have to send that message. He didn't even do that. So now he just went poof. It's been like 2.5 days now, and he still hasn't said anything. He hasn't been on Twitter, he hasn't been on Twitch, he hasn't responded to the tournament organizers. He just went poof. So I'm kind of curious when he's going to give a public response. He's eventually going to have to say something publicly, right?
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Hallo, willkommen zur Show.
But it's especially suspicious that he quits the tournament the day they announce that there's going to be super strict measures to prevent cheating.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Honestly, if I was like super into the chess world and I was like considering cheating, I bet I could come up with a pretty sophisticated method to cheat. There are so many, like, if you have a partner in crime, especially like a wife or a longtime best friend or somebody who's like, that you trust, like, that won't spill the beans, you could really get away with cheating. Yeah, all you need is the ability to communicate with somebody in the room, and that doesn't have to be verbal, it doesn't have to be electronic. It can be visual, it can be sound. Almost every major tournament has a spectator area where the crowd is able to watch the people play. So like, hypothetically, let's say you look out in the crowd and you see your wife and she's sitting in a chair. What if the signal is, if there's ever, like, so let's say she's following along on her phone or on her computer, or she has somebody, a third person, even giving her the information. So somehow she has all the information in the world, she's sitting in the crowd. What if all she has to do is stand up? Get up out of her chair and leave. And that's a signal to you that now you know there is something important going on in your chess game. When you're as good as these top players are, you don't even need to be given the answer that you don't need to know what the move is, you don't need to know anything, you just need a signal that there is a good move. If anyone could give you a signal that, hey, there is a good move in this position, that would be enough to make you the best player in the world. All you need is the smallest signal to say, hey, there's a good move right now. And I could think of a million ways to signal that without being overtly suspicious.
alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
No, not at all periodic. That's definitely not true. Most of the top players spend hundreds and hundreds of hours trying to find the smallest advantage that a computer will tell them is like winning by 1% of 1%. If the computer tells you you have a very slight advantage, the top players are spending literally hundreds of hours to figure out how. If you could get to a position and you knew you had a slight advantage, it would be completely game-changing. It's hard to, like, there's no world where having more information is bad. When you're a professional, like when you're that good, more information is a good thing. There's zero scenarios where having more information is bad. It will never make you a worse player unless you're just someone who is like prone to panicking. Like if your heart rate beats fast when you know you're gonna win, like if you're that type of player, you're probably not world #1 at chess to begin with. Like those type of people aren't, that's not who we're talking about. These are professionals who, giving them more information improves their odds of doing better. Giving them more information will never, ever make them worse.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Hey! Ich komme! Lass mich das machen, Kameraden! Zack, das steigert die Quote!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Do I think Ding lost on purpose? No way. You could see he was devastated when he lost. I mean, he played, if he wanted to lose, he wouldn't have fought so hard for 14 games. He almost took it to tie breaks. That was clearly his plan. No, he definitely didn't lose on purpose. He made a small blunder and got grinded down in the end game. In game 14 of like a grueling back and forth.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Inneren
There certainly was probably some mental relief that, like, you know, when you're done with a long grind, you're just happy it's over. So I'm certain he was relieved that, like, okay, the world championship is done. I don't have to fight anymore. It's over. Like, there was definitely some relief there. But no way did he want to lose. No, he did not try to lose that game. He did not throw. Russian said he did. Yeah, well, they're just mad that Nepo isn't world champion. If anyone's throwing, it's Nepo. And Ding didn't look relieved at the press conference. His response was, there won't be any tie breaks. He said with a chuckle and a smile. But you could see he said that in disappointment. He really wanted there to be tie breaks. If you go back and watch that interview, he's like slightly smiling and like chuckling a little. But it's not because he's like relieved. It's, I don't know. I sense that kind of energy. I kind of know. I think I know what he's feeling. It's not happiness. That's not why he's chuckling and smiling. He's not happy.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
But if you rewatch the question where they asked, where his response was basically saying, I guess there's not going to be any tie breaks, you can really get a sense for his disappointment in that answer alone. He was certainly not relieved. He answered that question very much with the tone of, I was expecting to make it to tie breaks.
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochführen dich mal. Waffenschränke öffnen.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss
What
es
happened to
zugelassen
Dubov?
haben. Eine
He
Bombe-
did kind of fall off, but he had some controversies last, like World Rapid and Blitz, actually last couple. He didn't get a bunch of invites because of his nationality, but then he moved. He'd been living in like Berlin. I think after Magnus gave up the World Championship cycle, he was no longer Magnus's second, so he lost a lot of his access to top players. He used to hang out with like Magnus and Van Forest and that whole group when they were like grinding World Chess Championship prep. But I think when that team fell apart, he lost that group, and then when the war broke out, he lost some of that connection, and then I think he just kind of fell off. If you've ever watched Dubov interviews, that dude's always been kind of weird. He's very nonchalant. He's very... I mean, chess players are weird, and Dubov is one of the weirdest.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Wie lange willst du dich noch?
He also had like slight controversies with like the night dance he did with Nepo, which was some like slight collusion for match fixing, and then there was he refused to play Hans at New York. So organizers are less likely to invite him to stuff because he keeps having controversies that are like interfering with tournaments. He would have been World Rapid Champion if he didn't throw a game. In 2022, that the World Rapid and Blitz Championships, he did a match fixing with Nepo, and it was so blatant that the arbiters gave them both a loss. Normally, like, so they drew on purpose, they played a game and it was a draw on purpose, and that's not actually allowed. You're not allowed to prearrange a draw. And normally that kind of stuff gets swept under the rug because it's difficult to prove that you agreed before the start of a game, like to draw. But they got caught on camera doing it, and then they played a ridiculous game, and then so they both got forfeited. They both got a loss for that game. And that was the game that prevented Dubov from being the World Rapid Champion that year. He lost by half a point on like tie breaks because he lost out on what should have been an easy point. And then a couple years later in New York, at the same event, the World Rapid and Blitz Championship in New York, he was matched against Hans Niemann, and he decided to protest and say, I don't want to play Hans, so he just didn't show up to the game. Got a forfeit for that one. So I mean, the dude obviously has no problem just like forfeiting important games. If I was an event organizer, I probably wouldn't invite someone like that to all of my events.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
That sucks, Dante.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt. Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Why do I know all this? I watch all of the chess that happen. I watch every major tournament.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bord.
GoPro? I'm not good enough. Suck.
So, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Wir haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, Cortana.
Ziehen Sie zurück und wir haben gewonnen.
Schiffe sind in der Todeszone. 13 Kreuzer, 2 Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
No. That's fast too.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I never took that break I said I was gonna take a break.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Also, I have a really good memory, Stella type. I remember most things. So, like, when I watch a chess interview, or when I watch, like, chess unfoldings, it's not like it's just a thing that happens, like, passively on the TV. It, like, just stays in my memory.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
My memory's weird. I don't know. It's the way I remember things and think is, I think, different than a lot of people's.
Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I freaked a guy out the other week at the bar. There was a guy I hadn't seen in like 10 years. The last time I saw him was for 5 minutes in Minneapolis. This is the first time we ever met, actually. So I only knew this guy like literally for like 5 minutes. And I saw him again in Seattle. And I went up to him and I was like, I said, hey, what's up? I was like, there's no way you remember me. But 10 years ago, you drove me in the back of your van. And he was like, what? I was like, I know you're telling the truth because I did own a van 10 years ago. And nobody really knows that about me. I was like, yeah, I was there. He was like, who the hell are you?
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
But I also look quite a bit different than I did 10 years ago, so I think even if he had a very good memory, he probably wouldn't have recognized me.
Erwischt. Waffen raus.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Jeder sucht sich ein Ziel. Das ist ernst, Mann. Deckung!
beef it? No, I didn't. Cool. Where did that sword just bounce to? There it is.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta.
Do I do any exercises to retain memory? No, but I have tried. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Mind Palace. I've tried really hard to build a Mind Palace, but I don't think my brain works that way. There are techniques that I've tried to learn, but I've never made any good progress with them.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Have any of you guys in chat ever tried to set up a Mind Palace? It's a memory technique to do associations with memory. So basically what you do is you try to think of like a room in your head, or like a big castle or a palace, and it's filled with a bunch of different rooms. And each of those rooms corresponds to a different like memory technique, or like maybe a 3-letter word, or maybe lyrics to a song, or maybe digits like 1, 2, 3, and you build up associations so that like in the living room of your Mind Palace you might have a couch, you might have a TV, you might have like a little reading nook, and by having a persistent like vision of what the palace looks like, you can place objects in those rooms. So hypothetically, like you might think, well, there's a dog sitting on the couch in the living room, and on the TV is playing SpongeBob, and you can use those like types of like analogies to represent certain like things that you're trying to remember, maybe certain numbers or certain like you basically map it all so that it all corresponds to something else. I could never get it though, because I don't really have a visual memory in the sense that I can't see like a palace. I can't see rooms in my head like that. So that system never worked for me. Wait, that wasn't insane, Cairo. What the hell? That was a 359 Cairo. That's literally, other than me, nobody has ever gone that fast on Cairo. I don't visualize. No, yeah, I don't have anything visual in my head at all to defend. I have like complete aphantasia, like the most extreme version of it. Literally blackness. No picture of an apple at all.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist...
Stop sniping me! That was so fast, man! This was such a good run. Why did I lose all that time? Just lost like all of my 30 seconds that I was green by. Yeah, okay, run's dead. What do you have? Yeah, aphantasia. It's not spelled like that, it's with a PH, but yeah. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically there's no pictures in my head. So like, whenever you close your eyes, if I tell you to like close your eyes and imagine an apple, and you can like maybe in your head like see an apple, and maybe you can spin it around and make it like change colors or change shape or change trajectory. Like maybe you can like in your eye you can like literally, not literally, but you could see an apple. I cannot. There's nothing there. There's there's no apple. There's no picture, no visual information at all. In terms of like contextual information, if you tell me to picture an apple, my idea of picturing an apple is to think of every property an apple has. So is the texture of the apple, is it waxy like some of those red and delicious apples you get at the supermarket? Is it more shiny and smooth? Is it red? Is it green? Is it yellow? Does it have a little stem? Does it have a little leaf? I know most apples are round, most have a little like cusp at the top, little bud at the bottom, little bitty like bits of stem poking out of the bottom, like a little green part poking up out of the top. Like, I know every property of an apple, but not a visual representation of the apple. There's no visual processing going on in my eye. Like if I think of an apple, there's literally nothing there. But I can understand what it's like for you guys, because I can conjure up music in my mind, and I know not everybody can do that. So I know a lot of you guys are having a hard time like even believing me. But like, what if I told you to think of a song? Think of like Beethoven's symphony. Da 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 da. I can like hear that. I can hear the notes in my head. I know what the notes are supposed to sound like. I can hear Mozart. I can hear this. Like I know what the songs sound like in my head. I'm not like, obviously I'm not literally hearing them, but I can hear them. And not everybody can do that with music. And not everyone can do it with pictures either. The one that really scares me is some people can't even conjure thoughts. That's the one that really scares me. Like, whenever you're reading text, like, hypothetically, if I, like, where's a book here? If I pick up a book, and I, like, start reading it here, I can read in my head, and I think, this is, like, whatever do you mean, Goblin? Fisher Pops, like, if I'm saying this out loud, but I can also just say that in my head. Our legs are as wide as, yeah, like, what is am I reading here? Oh yeah. What is that? Red Rising? Yeah. But I don't know, like I can shut off my voice, like, but still hear it in my head. Not everyone can do that.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kamera.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
I still didn't take that break. I need to get up and stretch and get some water. Give me like 5 minutes. Ugh, man. I can't stop coughing. Ugh. Where did I put my water? I went up and got water and then I set it down in the wrong spot. Ugh, I'm dying. I mean, you kind of can, Stella. When you hum the very first note, is it accurate? Like, can you hit the perfect note perfectly? And some of that's a skill in your voice, obviously, but some of it is like feedback. Like, if I make a noise and go like change the tone, I can adjust and get feedback. And so then that is actually using your ears. You're literally in like listening. You're not actually imagining it. You know what I mean? I'm out of breath. I was coughing too much. I'm dying. I'm dying. You will not die. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. That last bout of coughing took me out. I'm. Give me another minute. I'm gonna need a longer break. Whew. Man. Whew. I cannot stop coughing. Ugh. Thank you for the gifted, Vinny. Ugh. I'm like coughing so much, it's like making me gag. Like just cough after cough. Ugh, I can't stop. It's like Starts out sounding like a cough, and by the end it sounds like I'm dying. I'm glad I'm muting my mic for this. Ugh. Whew. I've just been congested for like the last week. I don't even feel that bad, but I mean, this last bout was the worst I felt. That was actually pretty bad. But I've mostly just been like sniffling and coughing. Whew. Think I'm feeling better now though. Catching my breath. Like I was like legit coughing so hard, like I was crying and like her tears were coming out of my eyes, and I was like losing my breath. Whew. That was not good.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Take smaller hits? No, it's not it, man. It's not it. Yeah, that's basically how it felt, Jerv. Like there was a small amount of like phlegm or like mucus in my chest, and I kept trying to cough it out, but I couldn't. I'll respond in text.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Somebody give Jerv a sub so he doesn't have to watch ads. Jerv's famous. Actually, Jerv's a billionaire. Why can't Jerv pay for his own damn sub? Didn't Jerv win like $10 billion from Moist Critical or something? Can you believe this cheap man?
Okay, ganz cool bleiben.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Da kommen sie.
Yo, Fortune, thank you. Also, Vinny, I think I told you thank you, but my mic might have been muted. Thank you, Vinny, as well.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Inneren.
Before the coffin fit. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted there.
Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
While you were gone, Jerv, I told somebody to gift you a sub, and then I asked the question, why don't you use your $10 billion that you earned from Moist Critical to sub? This guy's a billionaire over here. Cheaping out on Twitch, can you believe it?
Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Yeah, sometimes I forget to use my Prime as well. If streamers are forgetting, you gotta know the regular people are forgetting. That means I know some of you guys in Twitch chat right now are forgetting to use your Prime. Did you know you can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime once a month?
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen...
I was in your top couple? Nice. You know what's really funny? Is my top 3, none of them were Halo. They were all Hearthstone. I watch Hearthstone when I fall asleep sometimes though, so its hours are kind of not legit. But I like to throw on like Battleground streams as background noise. It's a card game I play, but it's like consistent, boring background noise. So sometimes I'll throw that on my laptop and I'll fall asleep. So I have like hundreds of hours in like AFK Hearthstone streams. Do I use it on Zoo or Garish? Right now my Twitch Prime sub is being used on Chessbra. They are a chess content creator. Shoutouts to Eric, shoutouts to Amon. Twitch.tv/chessbra. They stream chess content almost 24 hours a day on Twitch and Kick. I don't watch their Kick streams, but they stream a lot, and it's basically 2 guys, and they kind of treat chess as a party. They're always playing like techno, dubstep, house music in the back. They play like 1 minute and 3 minute games. They're some of the best like bullet chess players in the world, and they're just, I mean, it's just kind of chill party vibes, hanging out in that chat. Would recommend if you like chess content. Have I ever played any of them? Not in chess. I played a ton of Halo with Eric from Chessbra. What do I think on a third platform? I think Kick is probably a fine idea, but I don't support the platform. I don't like the gambling aspect of it. I don't like just kind of what the platform represents. I think Twitter and Kick are probably your best 2 options though. If you were I think Twitter might be even better. I have similar complaints about Twitter as a website, but I think Twitter might be a better call if you're just looking for a third one. Twitter or TikTok before Kick would be my suggestion. I think both of those. You can do there's a way to crop your stream so that you stream normally on Twitch, but then you stream on like vertical mode on TikTok. So it like slices your stream and does like a vertical cut, so it's for mobile viewing. And I've seen some people have success with that. I think if you were going to look for a third platform, you should probably do shorts form or the mobile format content, like with the cropped, and do it on either TikTok or Twitch. I think would be smarter than Kick.
Ich hab noch einen Feindkontakt.
Feeling the energy today? Sorta. I've been coughing a little bit. It's taking a little out of me. Well, terrible outskirts, but I'm gonna keep going. I died at the... I don't know what's up with outskirts recently, but like the deaths keep shifting. I was dying in the tunnels, and then now I'm getting sniped, and like I don't... Why is outskirts such a stupid level? Can't seem to do it like correctly. Whatever. Let's check the chess subreddit. We were talking about chess earlier and the chess drama. I wonder if has Hans made any official announcement? It's crazy to me. He hasn't. That's bonkers.
Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gib ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
There's a little bit of chess drama right now. I was talking about it a bit ago, where a top player pulled out of a tournament. And he didn't give any reason why. But this is the same player who has been complaining for a couple years that he never gets invited to play in tournaments. So he's playing in one of the biggest tournaments, one of the most prestigious tournaments, against some of the best players in the world. This is the first time in a long time he's been able to do this. And then without like any explanation, the day before the event, he just quits. Like, I just feel like he's got to give an explanation publicly eventually. I just don't know what it could be. Yeah, and I mean, the new security is, obviously that's the rumor, is, so this is the guy who's been accused of cheating in the past, he's admitted to cheating in the past, and he quit right after they announced that they were going to have special security measures. So it looks suspicious all around, and since he hasn't said anything, it's not a he said she said thing, it's a one side is claiming something, and another side hasn't said literally anything at all. So like there's just one side of the story right now, and it's basically pretty suspicious. It's like, what's going on, kid? What are you doing? And it's even more suspicious because he spent the last few years complaining that everything's unfair, nobody invites him to anything, he's being treated poorly, and then doing this is disrespectful. It's disrespectful to the tournament organizers, it's disrespectful for the fans, like, it's very unprofessional. If your job is to be a chess player, and you're playing in a very important tournament, you have to show up and play in the tournament. You can't just without reason not show up. So, I don't know. I feel like there has to be more to the story.
Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Even if it wasn't attacked directly on him, that would be his chance to prove it. Withdrawing because of security measures is never going to be a good look. Like, there's just no world where that makes you look innocent. There's no world where it makes you look better.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Honestly, I'm a little worried about him. Like, he's a shithead, and he's like one of the most annoying people in chess, but he's not a bad enough person that you wish harm on them. And this feels like something that, like, I don't know, maybe he's like legit having a personal emergency, like a mental breakdown or a health emergency or something. Because I can't think of a good reason for him to be doing what he's doing. There's like almost like no justification at all. Even if it was like a family emergency, like hypothetically an immediate family member died or something, you would still just text the organizer and say, hey, my mom died, I can't come. Like, it would be very, very simple to do that, right? So, I don't know, I feel like it's probably some personal emergency with him, either mental or medical. Or he's just literally a cheater, like, more so than I even expected. I don't know, I don't know. I think those are the only two options.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist der Verwachung deine Taschenlampe?
No. You had no idea you could cheat in chess? I mean, it's one of the easiest games in the world to cheat at. I'm surprised so many people are surprised at this. It's a game that you have hours to make one move. So, like, literally people in, like, long games will sit for 30, 40 minutes or 1 hour to make one single move, which gives them time to go up and use the restroom. It's also a game that robots are better than humans at. A human cannot beat a computer. It's literally impossible. Computers are so much better than humans. Computers can give us a free piece in the like on purpose. We can start with more stuff than the enemy has, and we still cannot beat them. They're that much better than us. So you just run to the restroom, you break out your cell phone, and then you cheat. Like, that's the simplest way to cheat. Or you don't even go to the restroom, you just put your cell phone in your lap. Sometimes a tournament is not just one-on-one, but a tournament is 100 rows of 100 chess sets. It's a bunch of 12-year-olds in a circle, or like in like rows of tables. Think like an entire lunchroom or an entire gym filled with lunch tables, all playing a game of chess. It'd be pretty easy for one kid to run to the restroom. It'd be pretty easy for one kid to hide his phone in his pocket. And, I mean, that's at, like, low to mid-level. Like, if you get more sophisticated, if you have a partner, I don't know. The fact that robots are better than humans means that there will always be the opportunity to cheat. Because we can always just ask for a better move. We can always just figure out the answer. And it's actually easier to cheat in chess than like almost any other game or sport. Because for like the exact reasons I said, like computers just give us the answer. Okay, not an ideal clear, but we're alive.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Okay, it was sloppy. This is slow. I don't want to restart though.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen an die Zündkapsel.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
I don't think that's plausible at all, Del Monte.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Chess doesn't really work that way. You don't become a 2700 player chess by just memorizing the good moves. Like, it's so much more complicated than that. It is true that at that level, they have to memorize a bunch, but that is only because they are already at that level. Like, anyone worse than them does not have to memorize that much. Like, it's difficult to explain how good those guys are at chess. But the only reason memorization is a problem is because they are so good. It's hard to explain, but that's why. For the average person, like chess is not about memorization. You don't have to memorize moves for chess. That's not really how it works.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Oh yeah, there is that good meme. So yeah, basically there was a YouTuber who thought it was very important to memorize things, and he thought he could just memorize the good moves. And he was one of those YouTubers who's like a hyper learner, where he like learns a random skill and tries to get really good at it. His name was Max Deutsch, and he was like, well, I'm gonna memorize the good moves and play against a grandmaster, and I'll do great. And it just does not work that way. It really doesn't. Yes, it isn't. It's true that the best chess players have very good memories, and it is true that those guys are memorizing a bunch of good moves. But it is only the top 20 players who have to do that. If you're not a top 100 player, like, your memorization is only like the first 3 or 4 or 5 moves. And after that, like, you're playing a game where you react. You have to look at what they play and you react. It's no longer a game of memory. Like, very, very few people in the world have preparation that goes more than 10 moves. And even if they do have preparation that goes more than 10 moves, that's one very specific thing that they've prepared that only works if their opponent plays exactly those 10 moves. If their opponent plays anything slightly different, then they have to start playing and using their own brain. It's no longer about memorizing, it's about using your brain. And there are so many like branching moves in chess that even after just like a dozen moves, you're at like so many quintillion possibilities. You don't memorize 10 moves in. You just don't. Nobody does. Unless you're the world chess champion preparing a very specific niche thing. There's just nobody actually does. And 10 moves isn't even very much. Like, if you think about it, like, most people can remember a 10-digit number if they really try. So, like, the hard part isn't memorizing 10 things. It's the fact that there are 400 quintillion responses. You don't even try to memorize them, you just learn how to play chess.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los hier. Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
See, the problem with memorizing it up to the 2 is you have to memorize the 6 next gold. Because you can't start... I feel like you round... So when you do that, it looks like maybe you don't know if it's rounded or not. I feel like I always want to end where the next digit is lower than 5. So you need to go 3.14159265 and stop there. Because the next number after 65 is a 3. So it's rounded properly. But with you, it's maybe you rounded it wrong. I know you truncated, and you had the digits correct, but I feel like you gotta memorize 2 more digits. You gotta do it. I don't know how many digits I know, but I know a lot of digits. 3.141592653589793238466264 337. I had to start counting for my ghost. I forgot where I was at. That's about all I know, though. I think with that many digits, you can calculate the dimensions of the universe to within 1 atom. So, I don't think you need many more than that. How far to within a plank? Actually, I think it is within a plank even. I'm pretty sure the number of digits I know is like more than needed to have the precision of the universe. NASA only uses like 10 digits. I'm pretty sure. So, like anything more than that really is like you're getting to the atom level. I saw some fun fact article about it on the internet. You can probably find it. It's some like well-known number that you only need like 20 decimal places to be precise enough for literally everything.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
That's bullshit. NASA uses 15. Yeah. If NASA can land on asteroids a million miles away, then 15's plenty.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Not just orbiting the sun, it's in a very specific Lagrange point. The calculus required to where they put that telescope is kind of insane. It's in like a very specific like orbital lock thing.
Oh oh, die verlassen die
Yeah, they're
Athen.
called Lagrange points.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was
It is a thing in
zurückgelassen
multiplayer, Sneezy. It's actually really useful in multiplayer.
Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Mann, wir sind am Ball.
Erste Echelon zu mir.
Eindringlinge im
Nehmt euch die Kreuzer
Feuerkontrollzentrum.
vor.
Die
Schaltet
haben
sie
eine
nacheinander
Bombe.
aus. Zweite Echelon,
Ja, der
kümmert
Chief
euch
muss
um
mir
die
aber
Träger.
helfen. An den Zündkapseln. Die Schiffe sind in der Todeszone.
Finden Sie die
13
Bombe.
Kreuzer, 2
Im Lauf.
Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele
Jetzt
aussuchen
wird's
und
laut.
Die Malta
Feuer
die
frei.
Eindringlinge schon vor Jahren.
Malta, wie ist Ihr Status?
Die Träger brechen durch.
No way.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Sneezy, thank you. Welcome back.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Aber Marine! Da ist noch ein!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Hey Mann, falls ich getroffen bin, war nicht mit Medikamenten. Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, if the Marines took out that elite over there, that would have been really fast.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion
It's still
kam
pretty
aus dem
good.
Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taste?
Na los, Chief, hier rein.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Yeah, this is fast.
Ich schulde Ihnen was.
Erste Echelon zu mir.
Eindringlinge im
Nehmt euch die Kreuzer
Feuerkontrollzentrum.
vor.
Wir haben
Schaltet sie
eine
nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon.
Der Schiff muss mehr Verlegung an die Zugkraft.
Why did I just throw a plasma there? Fucked up my needs.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen
Okay, we're still fast. I wish he didn't shoot me there though.
konzentriertes Feuer
I
auf
would
den
have got
ersten
fast door
Träger.
here.
Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich
Man, I
den
got slow
zweiten
door. This could have been so good if I didn't get shot there.
Es ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das
Great ending,
Mittelfeld
and this
der
is sub
Wandern
4.
Richtung Erde durchbrochen.
Man, I wish I got fast door there. This could have been IL base.
Bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
It's like really close. Please die, man. How are you still alive? I thought I killed that guy 3 different times. That's so annoying. That was easily sub 4. God dang. It's still fast. I mean, 407 is still insane. But I swear I killed that blue elite 3 different times. I was like, and it was the worst because I like started to look away, and then he's not dead, so I have to like flick back. swear to God.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have the record at a 354, so obviously that's possible, but even, like, 350 is possible. It's just, saving those 4 seconds is really, really hard.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter den Trägern. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
There's like always seconds to save on Cairo though, because of how like just the nature of the way the fighting works. If you're like better, if you're faster, then you can go a little faster. And then the sword tricks, like keeping your momentum, getting the good. There's a lot of randomness as well. So not only do you need to play perfectly, you need to get good enemy spawns. You need good ranks so that they die fast enough. If you get all ultra elites, they take too long to die. If you get bad enemy placements, then you don't get good sword angles. So you need good angles, you need good enemies, you need good luck, and then you just gotta play like a god. Yeah, Tantonic, it's mine. I'm dying. Yeah, no, it's not a very good outskirts. I'll lose like 10 seconds here, but the run's still alive. At least I didn't die. As Bungie is bastard, man. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. Oh, I walk up to HR and I'm like, Carol, Carol, this whole place is a ghost town. What a ridiculous scene.
Nette Begrüßung.
Sometimes I feel like Charlie searching for Pepe Silvio while I'm doing my speedruns, looking for glitches. No, you don't, Sneezy. NCC runners are just bad. They wait for safety, not for necessity.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Grays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
You get smacked because you're bad, not because of the version. Hate to tell you. You would get smacked on Classic as well. The driving's really precise. What I do at the start is really tight. If you mess it up even a little bit, you die. Sometimes I die in my runs, and I know what I'm doing. It's just harder than it looks. I'm doing really precise things at the start of Metropolis. I'm checking where the ghosts spawn, I'm watching my health, and I'm taking different lines based on the lines that the ghosts take. You can manipulate how the ghosts move based on how you drive, and you can make them either dodge you or boost at you or turn around and keep shooting at you. And you take specific lines on the bridge based on the spawns you get. The timing is also really important. You need to get in the Warthog ASAP. If you waste even a few frames grabbing the rocket launcher and getting in the Warthog, then the position of the first set of ghosts are going to be too far forward and you're going to die before you make it to the Wraith. It's very important to have like perfect driving and perfect movement for like the first 5 seconds on the level.
Vorsichtig, Chief. Dieser Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht von Pappe.
Why am I not... Okay, I don't know why these weren't overcharging. I swear I was holding overcharge.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Halo doesn't feel like Halo on the Halo engine, so probably not. Can't be worse.
Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verstehen.
Finally get good door.
Die
Did
Ketzer
it.
mobilisieren ihre Luftstreitkräfte, Gebieter. Schnappt euch ihren Anführer, aber passt auf.
Okay, not the
Ich
best,
schicke
but not bad
Phantoms
either.
Unterstützung. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein. Wir dürfen nicht auf...
What's up, Grumpkin? Thank you for the sub.
Was ist hier passiert?
My internet's not great. It's average.
Einem Gebieter sendet eine Vorsignal, der muss ganz nah sein. Zu erledigen. Komm raus, damit wir die Tür sperren.
Don't worry, Mohammed. Just copy down the most recent messages in chat and put that in your paper. You'll reach the words in no time.
Anführer!
Bleibt. Die Flat greift uns an.
Was haben Sie getan? So einen
It's crazy how consistently the 200-word essay bait has worked over the last 20 years on the internet. People fall for it every day. They never stop.
Los, Gebieter! Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
I swear if those ricochet me, I am going to be so upset. Okay. Have I really already been live for 4.5 hours? This has been a long stream. It's been kind of fun. Just time's been flying. We've just been ranting and rambling. I think this is the first time in like a week I've been able to actually stream during the day and have like a good long stream. And then you know what's happening tomorrow? The construction crew's coming back. Isn't that exciting? You know what the time scheduled is for tomorrow? 9 a.m. till 7 p.m. Doesn't even seem like that should be legal. Yeah, I'm gonna complain. Once it's done, I'm gonna like raise a stink. I don't mind being a Karen. I'm used to being an asshole to you guys. I can be mean when I need to be. Get my shit. Where'd he go? Okay, that's it. 40. That's not even being a Karen? Yeah, I know. I think I'm gonna be reasonable. I'm not gonna be rude unless they tell me no, I'm not gonna be rude. I'm gonna lay it out and say what I think is fair and say I deserve at least probably. I'm gonna divide my rent by the number of days my apartment has been unusable, and I'm gonna say I want this many days off my rent.
Der muss jetzt ein Ende haben. Anführer, der Sturm erreicht uns. Wir können die Stellung nicht halten.
Bringt die Phantoms zur Mine. Wir gehen erst, wenn der Anführer der Ketzer tot ist. Gebieter, die Flat ist jetzt überall in der Station. Wir sind zu wenige für so eine Riesenverseuchung. Sucht den Anführer dieser Ketzer. Tötet ihn jetzt!
Krieger, zurück zur Landezone. Der Gebieter geht weiter nach oben, trennt die Station ab und scheucht die Ketzer aus dem Loch. Mögen unsere Herren ihre Hand führen. Halten Sie das Schwert bereit. Dem wird das Kabel...
Alle meine Phantoms sind in der Luft, Gebieter. Los, trennen Sie das Kabel durch! Das ist einer. Bei den Propheten. Die Station schlingert ja vielleicht. Ein letztes Kabelgebieter.
Yeah, Billy, but I think the difference is it's literally inside of my apartment. They're moving my refrigerator, they're cutting off access to my kitchen. I can't work while I'm inside my apartment, and I can't use my stove in my kitchen. So I think I have a pretty good argument that my apartment is not meeting the lease. The terms of my lease are that I have a kitchen. If I can't use my kitchen, then they're preventing me from actually using my apartment. I'm gonna get my money.
Der Anführer der Ketze
They
ist
are
unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben
they are
hier
going to
so
give me a
lange.
rent credit.
Leben Sie noch, Gebieter? Wir halten das Tempo so gut es geht. Welch ein Wahnsinn! In einem Banshee entkommt ihr diesem Strudel nie. Moment, der Hangar. Dort war ein Seraph-Kampfjäger. Gebietet!
Wir haben die Prophetensiege gekauft, Gebieter. Mit einem neuen Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen. Warum Sehen Sie sich um, Gebieter. Wie viele andere Einrichtungen erfolgt auch diese den Schmarotzer. Aber wo sind die Waffengebieter? Was ist herausgesprungen? All die investierte Zeit und Mühe unserer Bluttäter, nur um diese Geschöpfe auf Eis zu legen. Oh! Ja! Und wo sind jetzt diese Götter, die uns die
What up, Spoo? You gotta catch the tail end of your favorite part.
Wohl kaum. Ja! Kommen, Herr Gebieter. Ich zeige Ihnen, wohin Sie gegangen sind.
Diese Mine ist um mehrere Jahrhunderte älter als Installation Alpha.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
No.
Sir,
That was
wir
the first
müssen
death
diese
of the
Geschütze
run.
neutralisieren.
Pretty sure. It's only like 5 seconds. Pretty sure that was the first death. No, I didn't die in outskirts.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief.
Not sure, Samantha. That sucks, man. That shouldn't have killed me that fast. Don't spawn another one. Thank you.
Vorsicht, wir kommen zu einem weiteren Komplex. Gut, immer noch nichts von der In-M erklärt im Netz der Allianz. Komisch. Die Allianz weiß von unserer Landung, aber hält uns nicht für besonders gefährlich. Na, die werden sich ihren Gardisten.
Not sure how I didn't hit that. Go again. No way, man. How'd they break my camo? Man, that's so annoying. I meant to mid-air stop, but I didn't. Will you please hit the fly? This is a good run, and it's dying, man. Why can't I hit the fly? I don't understand. I swear I'm hitting the combo, and sometimes he just walks like this game. Give me the spawn. I hit the combo again, but I missed the fly. His walking pattern is so annoying. Whatever. I just keep missing the aim. It's this one right here, Marathon Man.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
World record before construction starts tomorrow. Maybe. I'm gonna take another short break and drink some water. I'm gonna let this cutscene play out and stretch. I don't want to grind too hard. I'm gonna, I don't know, I'll probably go for a few more hours today though. I think I got more game in me. I just need to get hours in today if I can't stream tomorrow. But yeah, give me a minute. I'm gonna stretch and get some water.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen, muss ich Sie enttäuschen.
Sind Sie sicher?
Meine Herren, wie schön, dass Sie zurück sind. Sprechen Sie, Cortana.
Es rührt sich was, Sir. Nahe Io. Untersuchungen laufen schon.
Tut mir leid, aber wir müssen hier Druck machen.
Sieht gut aus.
Danke.
Vielen Dank.
Sergeant Major, das Kreuz der Kolonien wird für großen Wagemut und Hingabe verliehen. An einen Soldaten des United Earth Space Corps.
Das nenne ich absolute Ketzerei. Er soll für alle, die unsere Allianz brechen wollen, ein Beispiel sein.
Commander Miranda Keys. Ihr Vater handelte stets im Einklang mit den höchsten Traditionen des Militärdienstes. Seine beispiellose große Tapferkeit hat ihm und der UNSC höchste Ehre gemacht. Die Navy hat einen der besten verloren.
Raumrisse voraus, direkt vor unserem Kampfverband.
Zeigen Sie.
15 Allianz-Schlachtschiffe halten die Position außerhalb der Todeszone.
Hier spricht Flottenadmiral Harper. Wir gehen zum Angriff über.
Negativ, Admiral. Bilden Sie eine Verteidigungsstellung um den Verband. Commander, gehen Sie an Bord und stoßen Sie zur Flotte.
Ja, Sir.
Sie gehen ans Map-Geschütz, Cortana. Sobald Sie in Reichweite kommen, Feuer frei.
Mit Vergnügen.
Irgendwas stimmt nicht. Die Flotte, die Reach zerstörte, war 50 Mal so groß.
Sir, noch mehr von denen. Enterschiffe, eine Riesenmenge.
Sie wollen unsere Map-Geschütze ausschalten, damit ihre Schlachtschiffe die Erde angreifen können. Master Chief, Station verteidigen.
Ja, Sir. Ich brauche eine Waffe.
Gleich hier lang.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Drucktüren dicht machen.
Alright, we're back. We're back. We are Barack.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Man, that was a good run. That's one of the hardest sword flies in the run that I just lost the run to there, though. I was barely missing it because the Jackal was like walking out of my red reticle range. So even if I hit the button combo correctly, if the aim isn't red, then you can't fly. And you only get like 1.5 tries at that sword fly, or else the enemies get alerted and you get sniped and you can't make it to the middle. So you have to like first try, hit the fly and do it fast, or else, well, you saw what happened there, you just die over and over again. And I was like hitting the button combo fast, but I was just barely missing the aim, like literally by like a pixel.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Das krieg ich da schon raus.
Das ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I'm glad you're invested in the runs, Tantonic. It's kind of funny to watch a speedrunner and get like excited for their runs. It sucks to get excited and then have it die, but that's part of the fun too, though. If all of the good runs completed, then it wouldn't be as fun.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
You've slammed my desk before when I've lost runs.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I've never even slammed my desk when I've lost runs. What are you mad about? The one at the start of Regret is the swordfly I was talking about, the very first one.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Sie kommen näher!
Elende Kreatur.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana.
Your months invested? Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
Genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche? Na los, Chief!
wir sind am Ball.
What up, Dumb River? Runs are going alright. I just had one die to regret. And we'll get another one there right now. This one. Getting one to regret today feels good though. I'm glad I'm not too rusty. I'm actually playing well.
Konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Wirklich übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durch.
I mean, it is like riding a bike, but you'd be surprised how even just a few days off will really make you lose some of your, like, sharpness. Halo 2 is really hard. You gotta be on your shit if you want to set a world record.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
I think tomorrow is probably going to be another practice stream as well. I think I'll do... If construction's going on, I'll just do like late game practice all day again tomorrow.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen.
Why? Stop.
Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Weiter!
Nette Begrüßung.
That's not good. Oh, come on, man. That didn't... Why did I get stuck like that? I couldn't turn right. It was, like, stuck.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
$25 for sub 4 Cairo? Oh man, you're gonna make me grind for that. I already got one earlier. I don't know if you were watching. I got a 359 earlier. It already happened. I could do it again though. You weren't here. Oh well, let's do it again. Sub 4 Kairos are hard to come by though. 2 in a day is pretty rare.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe...
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, yeah, Del Monte. I play a lot of bullet chess.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
That was fast. This could be it. This could be the sub 4. This one with the perfect second half has potential.
Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Oh, come on. My sub 4. No! How did I die that fast? I had full health. What? I thought I was being safe. I was full. Do you play chess, Del Monte? What's your rating?
Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Downforce. I've told you many times to stop telling me how to run my stream. Do not tell me what to do. Do not ever start any of your command or your chess your comments with a command. Don't tell me what to do. This isn't your stream. If you want to stream chess, go stream chess. You don't run this channel. Your input is not appreciated. It hasn't been for a year since I've been giving you this same feedback over and over.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
You will not find a single chess streamer that is as low rated as me with more viewers than me. $2,100 players do not get hundreds of viewers. There is not a single 2,100 player on Twitch that is even getting 10 viewers. Unless they're also an entertainment streamer of like a different variety. Maybe they came from a different game or they're like filling a different niche than me. Playing bullet chess at 2,100 is not as impressive as you think it is. It is literally not worth 10 viewers on Twitch. The only reason I'd have any viewers at all is because I'm a Halo streamer. There are people that are rated 2,600 that don't break 15 viewers.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Okay?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist eure Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon,
Der Chief
kümmert
muss
euch um
dabei
die
helfen,
Träger.
an die Zündkapsel der feindlichen Schiffe sind identifiziert. 10 Kreuzer,
Im
2
Lauf.
Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen
Jetzt
und
wird's
Feuer
laut.
fallen.
Ich glaube es nicht. Jetzt ziehen Sie
Die
zurück.
Träger
Wir haben
brechen durch,
gewonnen.
Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
What up, Aaron? The voice is still a little scratchy. I've been coughing a lot today. And long stream has made my voice kind of hoarse, but I'm getting there.
Das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung
being destroyed by those needles. Not quite a sub 4, but it was good.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Dranbleiben, amigos!
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall reiten. Trotzdem besser als schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Oh, hey, ich bin verletzt, Mann! Okay, weiter, weiter! Au! Genau in die Fresse! Hey, diese Typen laufen es auf! Au! Neuer Kontakt!
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das. Nette Begrüßung. Eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Waves. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
I don't know how I didn't blow it up.
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben. Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
It's not that much time lost. It was only 10 seconds time lost.
Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
It looked like more, but I was gonna have to wait at the top of the stairs anyway. It just made me wait a little extra longer. I did.
Deine Welten sollten zerstört werden. Disziplin aufrechterhalten. Bereite dich auf den nächsten Angriff vor. Das nächste Mal ernst. Nichts kann deine erbärmliche Art jetzt noch retten, Dale.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Come on, be nice, Arbiter. Hate this trick. so stupid. Trick just sucks. Okay, we lost like 30 seconds. But we will be red unless I get glass clip.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verstoßen.
At least we got good door, so maybe we won't be red and we'll break even.
Schnappt euch ihren Anführer, aber passt auf. Ich schicke einen Phantom zur Unterstützung. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein.
Alright, we're green. I dropped my sword though.
Das Gebiet denken sein größer.
Was ist hier passiert?
You better die, dude. He didn't die.
Nicht schießen, nicht schießen.
Okay, well, we got a weird dialogue skip.
Einen Gebieter schicken die Propheten also, um mich zu erledigen. Ich bin geschmeichelt.
That's funny. I skipped the grunt dialogue instead of the late dialogue.
Muss ganz nah sein. Komm raus, damit wir dich töten können.
Stellt euch auf.
It's so slow.
Anführer.
Oh, come on, man.
Die Flat greift uns an.
This is the worst. That's insane how much time we lost already. That's so much worse than I thought. The run's basically a TED. That's crazy. Even like a perfect rest of the level, we're still gonna be red after this level. That's so much time lost. That's insane. How much time do you guys think I lost compared to my best ever exit on that last room? I didn't die, nothing went like majorly wrong. I just cleared the room slow. How much slower do you think I am than the best ever?
Los, Gebieter, wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
20 seconds more. I'm like 35 seconds slower than the best I've done. Actually, like 37 seconds. So my sum of best, I have 35 seconds to save on the split. Already cannot save any seconds. We're already at 0. We're guaranteed to lose time, even if the rest goes perfectly. I don't know, technically I could still break even, but yeah, everything has to go basically perfect. That sucks. No, that was almost good. Dead. I tried to get fancy and save that. I'm actually surprised that killed me. I might need to take a break. I might need to call it quits for now. My voice is getting kind of hoarse. It's hard to talk. I think I might come back tonight. Because I'm gonna have a hard time streaming tomorrow because of construction, so I might do another like short late night session, like maybe an hour or two tonight. Maybe not, but I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow. If construction's going on, it'll just be practice. If I can get some real runs in, then I'll do some real runs. But I'll definitely try to stream tomorrow. We'll see how bad the construction is. But I'll be back. Thanks everybody for watching.